Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for the LCC Board of Trustees regular meeting for this Monday on November 17th. We'll officially call to order. Ms. Duncan, would you take the roll?
Terry Frazier,
Present.
Noel Garcia.
Here.
Hope Lavelle,
Present.
Angela Matthews.
Here.
Robert Proctor.
Here.
Chatham Taylor.
Present.
LaShonda Thomas.
Thank you. Trustee Garcia, pledge of
Yes.
allegiance.
To the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We are moving on to approval of minutes for the October 2025, regular Board of Trustees meeting as amended. Trustees, you do have before you corrections to that particular board meeting. So is there a motion to approve the minutes? Thank you, Trustee Proctor. Thank you, Vice Chair Frazier. It has been moved by Trustee Proctor and second by Vice Chair Frazier to approve the minutes from October 27, regular Board of Trustees meeting as amended. Discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Duncan, call the roll.
Noel Garcia.
Yes.
Terrence Frazier.
Yes.
Robert Proctor. Hope Lavelle.
Aye.
Chatham Taylor.
Aye.
Angela Matthews.
Yes.
LaShonda Thomas. Motion carried.
Thank you. We're moving on now to additions or deletions to the agenda. And I would like to move with my colleagues' approval. I would like to move the public comment under limited public comment regarding agenda items. So the way that that would go is limited public comment, then president's report. I would also like to move the board comments to come after the monthly police department report. So after the monthly monitoring reports, then there will be board comments. We do have a closed session, just reminding us this evening. And so we want to make sure that we maximize the time here, but also be able to get to our closed session. So again, moving the public comment under limited public comment regarding agenda items, and then also moving board comments after the monthly monitoring reports. Is that okay with my colleagues? Thank you, Trustee Town. Everyone else is in agreement with the move? Thank you so much. All right, so seeing that we have that, limited public comment, this is where we are right now on agenda item number 6. Limited public comment regarding agenda items. Ms. Benita, do we have anyone signed up?
No, ma'am. No one's
Pat?
signed up for limited public comment.
Anyone, Patrick, virtually? Thank you. All right, now here's where we come to the public comments. Public comment. Ms. Benita, do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
I have Elizabeth Clifford signed up for public comment.
Okay. And I do believe I saw Ms. Clifford. Hi, Elizabeth. How are you? Good.
Good evening.
Good
I'm
evening.
Elizabeth Clifford, lead tutor in business area of learning commons. First, I would like to thank all of you for the opportunity for having a sabbatical this semester. It's given me time to explore public research, published research on how other colleges are helping their housing insecure students, write about our local agencies serving our community here, and gather survey responses from about 50 people in Lansing's unhoused transition home and recovery communities approved by our institutional review board, of course. The number of unhoused in our community continues to grow because of the ongoing increases in rents, food costs, and everything else, as we all know. People stay in the shelter system months or years because they don't have the skill set to make a living wage. What has surprised me the most in my time in these agencies is how inaccessible our programs seem to them. With Michigan Reconnect and Pell eligibility extending to shorter workforce training, we have so many affordable credentials that could really help these people make a living wage. There's hundreds of unhoused adults staying in shelters within a few miles of campus. And Lansing is a hub for sober living houses, with several multi-home networks. So why do we not intentionally reach out to these agencies? Is it fear? Is it stigma? The people holding signs on the street corners or on the news because they're living in an encampment are not representative of the majority of the unhoused. People in sober living transition homes are, by definition, clean, sober, and looking for a new way of life. They're looking for new opportunities. What do I do now? The agencies are very interested in providing time, space, whatever, for us to come and talk to their people. It was awesome to facilitate the first meeting of our admissions team and our Ingham County HARA Housing Assessment and Resource Agency caseworkers. It was a great beginning, but as I return to being a tutor in January, I hope that that outreach and chipping away of those invisible barriers isn't going to stop. I think if it's no one's job, then it just doesn't happen. So I just like people to consider how much opportunities we have that could really make a difference in these people's lives. I've seen students come from these communities and graduate. They can do this. It's just helping them know that they're welcome here and helping us know how to help them. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Before we move on, I know that I moved up public comment and I do not want to negate anyone. So if there's anyone that's in here that you would like to make a public comment, but you have not signed up, please, ma'am, and please, sir, feel free to do that. You can sign up now and you can make your public comment. Seeing and hearing none, we will move on now to President's Report. Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, Chair Matthews. Good evening, trustees. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the November board meeting. I have a brief oral report and Patrick's going to help you with some slides. I always like to highlight the written report. So many people work hard on the written report quickly. If you have the written report, it's online. If you don't have it, on page 6, great spread there about the University of Michigan Sparrow Mobile Health Lab, which was on campus today. On page 12, talk of our pilot program of offering credit classes at the Ingham County Jail, moving from non-credit into credit. On page 14, some excellent information about the leadership boot camp that Human Resources is doing for supervisors here at LCC, specifically about emotional intelligence. And on page 27, everyone, a great recap of our very successful Coalition for College and Career Readiness event. This President's Report is 31 pages and has a lot of great stuff in it. Next slide, Patrick. On the topic of my President's Report, I've had some excellent dialogue with Chair Matthews and members of the Policy Committee about this very report. And I wanted to share a lot of that with everyone. There are really 3 components to the report I'm giving right now. One is the written report that we put together and publish on the web and that I always hold up and tell you about. It's usually 20 or so pages. Marketing puts the final version together. The leaders from our campus that you see in this room are the ones who submit all that excellent information. It also contains links, a calendar of events, and a lot of social media metrics. The second part of my report is what I'm doing right now, the oral report. where I go through breaking news, things I want to highlight, or potentially, as I'm going to do in a minute, highlight some of the things that are on the agenda from an administrative perspective. This third part is when we have a special presentation. We have one tonight. We're going to have a visit from our West Campus robot dog. And this is what I was talking to the chair and policy committee about. In the future, when I have a special presentation, we will put together a slide deck or materials that go into the board packet in advance. I got some feedback that I did a special presentation and folks wanted to see that ahead of time. And so now it'll always be ahead of time in the board packet. And that's when we bring somebody to the podium to do a special presentation. So going on, that's my president report, the way I've been doing it for the last 5 years, but now we'll make sure that we have slides in advance for the special presentations. And you have some about the robot dog in there. I always like to highlight our upcoming event, Help Portrait. This will be the 5th year we've done Help Portrait. It is one of the simplest but most impactful events I've ever been a part of. All 3 of the colleges I've worked have done Help Portrait. It started at Mott Community College many years ago when I was there. It's a very simple idea. The first Saturday of December, photographers around the world set up professional photography studios to make portraits for free and give them away. For the last 5 years, we've had many repeat families. It is a wonderful event. Those of you who have volunteered, so many of the folks in this room volunteer at Help Portrait. It just makes you feel good that you can make a quality portrait for someone, give it to them around the holidays. Next, trustees, I texted you about this, but we're very excited that the slide is up. In athletics, there are few words that carry as much weight as three-peat, right? 3 national championships in a row, men's cross country and Coach Jim Robinson, Division II national champs 3 years in a row. Our women also placed nationally, number 14 in the nation. Great year for cross country. And then a couple of previews about things that are on the agenda, trustees. You saw there's a couple of lengthy reports. After 60 days since you passed Chair Matthews' trustee-generated idea about textbook costs, we have put a research report together that's in your packet, and I wanted to say a couple things about that. First, I want to thank everybody who worked on this. This is a very, very comprehensive look at this topic. So many leaders in this room had a lot to do with putting it together. I especially want to call out Lane Ingram, Sally Welch, Don Welsky, Selena Samuel, Bill Garlick, Rhonda Miller, many, many others. So there's a very comprehensive look at this in front of you. And now that we have fulfilled the assignment of bringing you the report, it's really a board function. So we will not be doing an administrative presentation about the TGI. We've put that in the packet for you, and it's there for your consideration when we get there. I believe Chair Matthews will be kicking that off. In terms of, next slide, Patrick, the other bulky report in your packet is our annual monitoring report. This is a nearly 80-page document that is put together by people across the college, and I especially want to thank the leadership of Dr. Sally Welch, our provost, and everyone in the Center for Data Science. This is probably the most comprehensive student success and institutional performance document I've seen in an institution where I've worked. And over the years, we've worked really hard to make it user-friendly. Even though it's 80 pages, it's formatted in such a way so that there are key takeaways. Our wonderful data analytics staff have pulled apart insightful things to highlight for your review. And one of the things that I'm very happy to say about this year's report, you'll recall that in the past, some of our board ends we marked as met with concern because we were not making enough progress. We have selected met for all these board ends because we are starting to see the closing of some opportunity gaps. And that goes to the great work of our faculty and our staff. We're not done. There's a lot of more important work to be done, but some of the demographic groups that we're tracking in this report, we have cut those opportunity gaps in half. And that's impressive work that will continue. So thank you to everybody who had anything to do with the annual ends report. And Chair Matthews, I want to end with a little point of personal privilege, even though I'm in the classroom now and I have actual students who are taking my class. Previously, my students have been the students I co-advise in the Vinyl Record Club. It's a pet project of mine with Timothy Eubanks, my co-sponsor. And while I was preparing for the meeting today, trustees, I got a text from Leo Ackerman. Leo is a past president of the Vinyl Record Club, a recipient of our High Fidelity Award last year. And he, like a few other Vinyl Record Club students, have transferred to Michigan State. He texted me today that he just earned the position of music director at Impact Radio at Michigan State University, which is a big deal. Leo is also a co-host of the Now Spinning podcast on LCC Connect. And if I could, trustees and everyone in attendance, this is one of the great value propositions of the community college experience where you can start in a big fish, small pond kind of situation. Leo left LCC with leadership experience, running our club meetings, producing a radio show on our LCC Connect platform. That success set him up for this very prestigious job. Last year, Impact Radio was named the #1 college radio station in the country. And it's really, really special for me because back in the 90s, I was a staff disc jockey at Michigan State University Impact Radio. So it was so wonderful to hear from Leo, and I wanted to conclude with that. Last is a star is hired, and then we have a presentation about the West Campus robot dog. We love to end the president's report welcoming our new colleagues. Are any of our new colleagues in attendance in the board meeting tonight? Hi, could you introduce yourself, please?
Welcome.
Trustees would be disappointed in me, Rob, if I didn't say this. You are welcome to stay for the whole meeting. We would love to have you, but you will not offend us if at some point you decide to go do something else with your evening. Welcome to LCC. So with that, very good. Don't have to tell me twice, right? So with that, Chair Matthews and trustees, if there are no questions, I'd like to invite my colleagues from West Campus up to introduce you to Snoop Dogg.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, trustee Parker.
Let's see. So the president just referenced a report. Maybe out of weight.
Yeah, I think
I don't want to be upset.
It's real weird. You see this on TV,
I'll
but
wait.
It's on the agenda.
what? Hey, hi.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Jonathan Gaspano. I'm our program director for our Computer Information Technology, Geospatial Science, and Drone program, which sounds like a whole lot because it is a whole lot. So in front of us is my colleague Snoop Dogg, who is our latest addition to our drone fleet. When we hear about drones, we think about the flying ones, the toys that you give your kids. They crash it into a tree and it's $50 it's spent for a really good afternoon. We're training our students here at LCC to use drones in just about every industry that we prepare them in the community to go into. It makes sense for our IT program to be out at West Campus because we have all of our trades technology programs, our public service careers. As we're seeing now, drones are being used in ways we never thought of 10 years ago. Snoop Dogg right in front of us is a dog-based drone. He's on 4 legs, so it's not flying around. He's not crashing into trees. He's got a little bit of boogie in him too. And this is just him kind of presenting himself to you for consideration. We have a lot of fun, getting to play with these toys, but they're not just toys. We're also using them for sensing, for remote response, as first responders, and a number of different fields we never really thought we could use them in before. And I had a little bit of a slide here too, kind of representing it. About 10 years ago, the Department of Labor or the Bureau of Labor Statistic estimated that we needed somewhere around 8,000 drone professionals in the United States by 2020. They just revised that about 2 months ago to estimate we need over 150,000 by the end of next year. That's between drone professionals and geospatial scientists. They're working in every industry from public works, construction, surveying, cinematography, emergency response. There's a number of different fields that our students are getting trained to go out and to work with. It's not just the technology of building robotics. It's also how do we use the sensing data? How do we use the cameras? How do we use the interaction with the public and the individuals that we get to go out into the community and work with? We're one of the only comprehensive drone education programs in the country. We are the only comprehensive drone education program in the state of Michigan. We're very fortunate in that. So we're talking about right now, the minimum wage has not raised in quite some time across the state and across the country as well. And that's something we're fighting to train our students to go out into those positions and make that money so they can change in the future. When we're talking about drone professionals, thinking of your grandkids and your kids, I'm sure you've been sitting at home playing video games all day. Now they can get paid to do exactly that. That's something I get to be paid to do out at West Campus. Our wonderful dean, Shanta Dwyer, if you'd like to stand up. There we go. Snoop Dogg and our drone program is possible because she believes in our vision of integrating technology into those trade technology programs. Our students are coming away from our program with just one course, one class. That's it, to get their Part 107 license, a federal license. And they're going out and making between $45 and $55 an hour with no job experience. There's a map behind you too that shows the national average for drone and geospatial scientists. The average salary is $130,000 a year. When you hear that, it sounds like a very abstract number. We have 4 students that just graduated from our program that are currently working for a company called Firefly out in Auburn Hills. They are making over $90,000 a year as their first job with an associate's degree. So part of that, you're thinking, why do we have dog drones? Why don't we just have the flying drones? There's a number of different ways we get to use them working with students with disabilities, with special needs, but it also helps us eliminate barriers too. We can have professionals that have mobility limitations, that have cognitive limitations, that may even have spatial limitations. You can be sitting in an office here in Lansing and piloting a drone out in the state of Oregon or in Washington State. We have students that are at work right now in Auburn Hills doing exactly that. Snoop Dogg is a great example too of the way we're taking this technology and inspiring the next generation. We got this dog drone because it started with a conversation between our faculty about flamethrowers of all things, to give our director of risk management more things to be worried about. But then we started looking into it. We found out the Department of Natural Resources here in the state uses this exact dog drone in front of you. It's kind of cuddly with his tie-dyed collar, the Snoop Dogg. They're using this exact drone to do controlled burns in the state to help prevent natural disasters. Unlike a person, it's a whole lot easier to send a $2,800 drone into an active situation where there's a lot of danger involved because we can repair them. It's a whole lot easier to replace a drone than it is a person. All of this started with a conversation. One of our high school students in our RESA program came up with the idea of calling him Snoop Dogg because it sounded like a good name. Well, he does have a name. It does stand for something. He is our Security Networking and Operations Observational Platform and Drone-Oriented Geospatial Guardian. That's the name we came up with. One of our students reached out to Snoop Dogg's PR agent a few months ago. Told him about all the things that we were doing in our program, the things that you are helping us do every day in our programs. Said, we'd like to use your name on our dog drone if it's okay with you. Back in August, Snoop Dogg was here up at Mount Pleasant. And about August 11th through August 12th, he came by West Campus, walked in through unannounced without having any prior engagement or us asking him to come. He came on his own, toured the campus, looked to see what we were doing, and sent us a letter telling us that he was excited that we were using his likeness and having this kind of technology for our students. So again, as we're talking about dog drones, it sounds like a toy, It's not. We're making an impact on our community. We are training the next generation of drone professionals. We are in demand in the state, and these are the kinds of programs that you're helping to support. So thank you very much.
Trustee, Trustee Proctor.
Sir, before you leave, I'd like for you to help me communicate with the University of Michigan. So recently I was in an airport, sitting and engaged in a conversation with a lady across the table from me. And she talked about U of M's drone program. I suspect it's second rate to what we do, but I'd like to let her know that. So I may have to call.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, I'll be more than happy to be an ambassador for that. We like talking about our program.
So before you leave, you've answered all the questions because I was going to ask who's controlling that dog? And you are.
That would be me.
So how many of these drone dogs do we have right now? We have one. So how many are we expected to have and in what time frame?
We already have a number of different flying drones between DJI and a couple of others that we have our students build. Our students are actually in class right now building our next set of them as part of the course. We are the only academic institution in the state of Michigan that has a dog drone at all of that particular model anyway.
Okay.
So
Okay, hold on. This one first. So are we going to get some more of those?
we're working.
Okay. You just keep them right out there, okay? Right out there. Trustee LaBelle.
No, I'm sorry. So say it again. What all does Snoop do? You said control burns. Not quite sure what is a control burn. But if you can kind of go into what all he does, because he's so cute. I absolutely like that.
So controlled burns are when we were burning underbrush in forests and in natural regions to help prevent larger wildfires from happening. It's a controlled burn.
Okay.
It also helps prevent other disasters from happening from wildlife and our forest regions. We have a very large forests here in Michigan. So it also helps us remotely sense those regions without inputting a person into that environment. It helps with conservation. That's just one part of it. We also teach students how to use a number of different drones to do anything from construction to surveying to first response and cinematography. Perfect example. First responders are now starting to use drones here in Lansing. So if you notice on some of the buildings around here, there's about 3 of them now that have these gray boxes sitting on them. There are drones in them. It's so that our police force is able to instantly launch a drone. Like when we have the U of M games and MSU games, when our traffic is backed up, it's going to take a while to get a squad car down somewhere. We can instantly deploy a drone and go and observe whatever's going on in that situation. So that's just one of the things we can do. It's hard to write a comprehensive list of all the things we can use our drones for because the limit is creativity. One of our LCC police officers who's at West Campus is part of our program, got his Part 107, and now he's taking that and going out and working in commercial real estate while also working for us. You can do both jobs because of what he learned.
I got a couple more questions about Snoop. You say that the students are building Snoop?
They're not building Snoop specifically, they're
Okay.
building other flying drones as well. So when I say we have the only comprehensive drone education program, we are the only program, including U of M, that doesn't have it. A drone pilot, building and maintenance, and geospatial science program, meaning our students are doing everything from building and maintaining to flying and operating to using them to create autonomous systems for everything from public works, cinematography, and all the other professions we've been talking about.
So how are we reaching the K-12 schools with this dynamic programs? Because as you said, they are, sitting and playing video games and whatnot. And this could probably be very, instrumental for them and very exciting. So have you started reaching out to the K-12 schools?
We have, and it's why I've walked plenty of miles in the last month and a half too. Just a few weeks ago, we were at Trends, which is a conference with a number of community colleges in the state of Michigan, talking with other CIT programs about their drone programs that they're starting, and they're reaching out with K through 12, but they've had struggles that we haven't had. We thankfully have partnerships with RISAs in the area too. We have our CC RISA program with Clinton County. We are working to establish those programs that don't exist yet. We are working with a program that has not had that traditional K through 12 outreach. So we're starting it by getting the word out there that one, we exist, and two, this is a viable career that you can go into. This is something that does pay very well.
Trustee Taylor?
Question very basic. Thank you for the presentation because I've been looking forward to this presentation seriously, and it's cool. But okay, so this is very basic, but okay, so does it have eyes? Because I noticed it was doing a lot. I mean, how does it know what it's looking at and all that? And then for those who actually need a support dog, do they program it to their needs to walk a certain way? You know what I mean? Like, how does that look?
That's a wonderful question. And again, it's why it makes sense for our CIT and drone programs to be at tech careers, because we use different sensing or different suites of sensors that we can attach and change on all of our drones. So Snoop Dogg, who's sitting in the back right now, is a little camera shy because he already walked on back there. The spinning bit on the front of his face is LiDAR. He's creating a 3D map, which we already created with this entire room before I had this presentation, for him to be able to walk around and not bump into anybody or bump into any desks or what have you. But he's also using visual recognition. We are programming him with a watered down version of artificial intelligence that allows him to recognize people and say hello, or recognize when somebody's not supposed to be there. So it's not a basic question at all. It's an easy question with a not so easy answer. We can attach any kind of sensor to any of our drones that we would like. I have one in my pocket right here, actually. We have a partnership with a company called Radiocode. Radiocode creates sensors for radiation sensing. We can create geospatial maps to see, is there high radiation in an area? Is there low radiation? Is there particles in the air we need to be worried about? And it's a whole lot easier to send in a drone, something that's irreplaceable as opposed to a irreplaceable individual. And somebody can be sitting in an office here in Lansing, looking at a nuclear power plant on the other side of the state or on the other side of the country and getting that data. Machines are a lot easier to calibrate than people are, depending on if you're like me, an educator, and I don't have my coffee first thing in the morning. Snoop Dogg is pretty consistent every single day.
Trustee Proctor?
Sure. Are we looking at monetizing this development at LCC?
Not quite yet. We are more interested in training the next generation of students, the first generation of students, to be able to use these technologies and to know what's out there that they can go into with them, rather than us trying to monetize it. We want to get out there as an exceptional program, not just the cheapest cost one. We just have to be both.
Thank you.
Last question, maybe. You said you have 4 students that just graduated. Is that correct? Passed or something like that? Was it 4?
4 students who graduated that currently have a job at the same company. We've had a total in the entire program's history about 42 students graduating from this.
Okay. So how many students does the program hold, like spots?
So we have a maximum seat capacity for our drone flight course at about 16 students per course.
And it's probably always full.
It is, the registration has been open for, I believe, just about 2 months now, and it's fully booked. So we are at capacity for that program.
Okay. Awesome, wonderful. Great.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful, that's great.
That's the end of the president's report, Chairman.
Thank you. And I just want to say that I've always been a favor of this report because it tells us so much that's going on at the school and our impressions and what we're doing in the community and engagements. And so just encourage my colleagues to, take a look at that when it's sent, or even some past ones. Moving on to consent agenda action items. Are there any items here? We only have a couple that my colleagues would like to remove for discussion. All right. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items A, Board of Trustee employee number 1 and 2, B, cooperative purchase number 1? Thank you, Trustee Thomas.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Taylor. It has been moved by Trustee Thomas, second by Trustee Taylor, to approve the consent agenda action items as you see them. A, Board of Trustees employees 1 and 2, B, cooperative purchases 1, campus-wide moving services. Is there discussion? Discussion? Hearing none, seeing none. Ms. Duncan, would you take the roll?
Rashonda Thomas, Chatham Taylor,
Aye.
Terrence Brazier,
Yes.
Hope Lavelle,
Aye.
Noel Garcia,
Aye.
Robert Proctor, Angela Matthews.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Moving on to trustee generated idea, the idea of for a 700,000 book stipend for students. Trustees, if you look in your packet, page 31 in your board packet, the president did allude to it. And so let me preface this conversation. At the September regular board of trustees meeting, the board voted to approve the administration to research what the ask of $700,000 book stipend would look like. Rather, what is the best advantages or the pathway to spend this amount for our students? Dr. Robinson and I were in constant contact over the 60-day process, and I posed very specific questions to elicit a robust research and best options for the spend. Remember, I did say in the September meeting that the book stipend could look different than the initial ask. I am very much aware of my colleagues' interest and possible concerns regarding my request. I want to publicly thank Dr. Robinson and the administration for hearing my heart in this matter, thus have compiled 3 detailed options for the board to review with data collection, history of previous TGIs, requested amounts, action taken, and funding source of the ideas. Please know the TGI is not a haphazard proposal to find a way to spend college dollars or present a struggle to administration to find a definitive outlet justifying the initial ask. Rather, it is an honest thought and heart to search for a beneficial pathway that makes sense, it breaks down barriers for our students, and it makes sure resources are available to help without enabling. Everything has increased across the economic spectrum. Give you an example. A dozen of eggs back in 2017, and I referenced 2017 because that's when a trustee generated idea for a book stipend was introduced. You have that in your packet. Cost around $1.47. To people, now is spending $2.42 or kind of upwards of $5.26 or more. Whole milk, for example, a gallon cost $3.23 in 2017, and today the cost ranges somewhere between $4, $3, $4, and upward $5, and so on, depending on the location. The bottom line, cost is rising in every facet of our lives, which compels the request of the $700,000. And according to economic experts, rising costs will continue. Therefore, as an educational institution, how can or will we help our students obtain their goal of receiving an education while minimizing legally a way to help them? I believe this TGI can have a beneficial line of help. As I said in your board packet, I'm starting on page 31, you will find a detailed write-up of the TGI. With the forthcoming discussion or the conversation, it will consist of 2 parts. First part, questions by the board to the administration or myself regarding the TGI. The second part, action regarding the TGI. So at this particular point, I'm going to open this moment up for any questions that I'm sure my colleagues have. Dr. Trustee Proctor.
Madam Chair, I apologize, but I'm not sure you accurately reflected the history of this notion of a trustee-generated idea. the initial request, let me strike the term request, idea was about looking at cost of textbooks. Because one of the trustees on this board was taking a class at LCC at the time. And I believe one of his children were also involved. So he floated the idea of how is it that we might be able to reduce that expense? I remember being an undergraduate and books were really expensive. I probably ought to apologize to Professor Samuelson and McConnell. I was an econ major at one time. I believe their econ books were used almost 90% of the institutions that taught economics. And there might have been minor updates from year to year, but they were getting quite wealthy with these textbooks, and they were quite expensive. So back to the trustee who asked about the cost. One of the faculty members responded talking about OER, something that he indicated faculty members at LCC were already engaged in exploration, trying to reduce the cost of educational materials. So it didn't start out as a stipend for anything. It was about what ideas are there for reducing the cost of educational materials for our students. And ultimately, what was developed was a funding proposal to encourage faculty members to engage in OER research in their respective classes so that it would lessen the cost of students attending.
Great, yep, that is that's the history. And I just want to, and as I stated, and thank you so much for that because history is very important. And as I stated, that this could look different. It could morph into something else. And I do remember stating that, and maybe my word of stipend might not have been the correct word to say, because I think, getting stuck on that word. And I'm hoping that we can move beyond that word and definitely concentrate on what the administration has put together, which is very comprehensive. Thank you so much, administration and Dr. Robinson. It's very detailed. It talks about the 3 options. And then it also talks about where the funding would come from. Expanded, option 1 is expand the library textbook lending program. Option number 2 is college and food pantry. We already have that on our campus. We know food insecurity is a hot topic across the nation. It's not new, but it has elevated some because of what has trickled down from Washington with the SNAP benefits, which is impacting everybody. And then also expand our laptop lending program. We do already lend out laptops, and the administration has definitely delved into this. I think that idea opened this up for the conversation and for us to take a look at it to see the best option to help our students in this particular, I would say it's a crisis time because of everything that's happening from top on down to the local and the city levels. So, and then we talked about it, food insecurities at ACCT. It was a hot topic there about, students struggling with what's happening now on the national level. So I open, floor is open, conversation. Trustee Taylor, then back to Trustee. Or you want to go? Trustee Parker. Trustee Taylor, then Trustee.
Give another chance.
Go ahead.
So thank you. I ditto the administration, doing the research and coming up with, this was very detailed. So thank you so much. And, also I sense and I want to acknowledge the passion that Chair Matthews had for our for our students when it comes to addressing those barriers. And I don't know if y'all remember, but in our last meeting, I brought up at the ACCT conference, we went to a financial wellness session. Well, I did, because again, we all could split up and go to whatever we wanted to. But in that class, they talked significantly about student barriers, how this is a need, and also they gave statistics through surveys. And Dr. Robinson and I chatted just a bit, after that session, just because it kind of hit me a little bit when I saw those numbers. I'm like, wow, from the survey. And they used, I think, Trillis strategies, what we talked about. And just a couple of numbers just to throw out there about the significance of what Chair Matthews just stated and what our economic times are right now. It said 89%, I was thrown back actually after this, but 89% of students, and this was a different college, obviously, that was running the session, use credit cards to pay for basic needs, but also to pay for food, okay? Then it also said 46% of students reported housing insecurity. So this is a need. I looked at this proposal in detail, and I'll say option one for me. It just, I'm not seeing the alignment with the amount that's being asked for. Option three, the laptops. When I kind of did the math, if we're asking for 300 more laptops, for me, even if we go to the top of the line MacBooks, it still wouldn't average to meet the ask that we're asking for. But option two, which was the food pantry, we have one and we're expanding it. There is definitely a need for that. And so I'm excited for that one just because I know there's a need. I'm interested to see what all that entails. Looking at this, I kind of wish we would have had a deeper market analysis just because based on our student demographic and population. So I kind of did my own briefly just so I can understand where the ask of a dollar amount. But really, and this is, and I sourced some stuff from College and University Food Bank Alliance. They said typically food insecurity rates among college students range from 40%, 20 to 40%. So if we look at our college population, that's around, what, 2,000, 3,000 students. That's pretty big, So when I looked at that, I ran some of the numbers, and some of those numbers, looking at, obviously it'd be space improvement, or I don't know what square footage we're looking at, but just different things like staffing, for instance, right? That was actually stated in here. I'm hoping we can do volunteers. That's just me, but then recurring food and stuff, we know that that's going to have to take place, obviously, if this is going to be ongoing. My point is, it is an absolute need. But when I did my own real brief analysis, because again, that's just something I chose to do, the dollar amount I really came up with was around, I'll be honest, the $200,000 range. But that's not to say this amount couldn't work. My ask, or I guess what I'd like to see, and I guess ask my colleagues, is if we could consider a phased approach for a pantry around like allocating 250,000 just to take it up a notch from our balance sheet, because budget's already done, right, for 2026. So, and then that gives us a chance to get this detailed market analysis, but then also it gives us a chance to reach out to maybe food banks and fundraising ideas, stuff like that. And then the rest of the funds we can consider for our 2027 budget. So.
Trustee Parker?
Not sure where to start. I read the review by the administration very carefully, and I want to thank you for all the work you put into it. Let me start just going back to the initial concept, and that was about a book stipend. And you calculated it might, if distributed equally across our 11,000 students, amount to $64 a student. I have no idea what the cost of books are. And I didn't see that kind of analysis in the report. So to what extent does that really help students? How is it that we identify who's in need of that kind of additional support? It's not there. As I said earlier, I was an econ major at one time. It's the study of the allocation of scarce resources across competing ends, other things being equal, or caterers, parents. Nothing's ever equal. So recently at the ACCT, I was on a panel and I asked what we ought to think about as trustees. What good are we attempting to achieve, for whose benefit, and at what cost? And cost doesn't have to be monetary. There's a range of things. So $700,000, we could allocate that amongst a number of things that students struggle with. We've got a fund balance that's much beyond that. So how far do we want to dig into the fund balance to help students? So it's not just a simple calculation of $700,000 across 11 students. It's what's the maximum benefit we can get out of whatever dollars amount we allocate to help students stay in school or get here to start.
Let me just first say thank you for the report. It was very thoughtful. And Chair Matthews, I hear you as it relates to feeling a sense of need. And Trustee Proctor, I hear you as well. I read the report and I thought about it, and I also thought about the decision that is before us. One, is it to spend or to not to spend? And if we are to spend, then to choose one of these three options. And I have to say, given the information that is before me, I really don't feel like we have enough information. They're really, and I would love to, if we have I think Don is available online.
Don is online, yes.
Okay. I would love to hear some feedback from our CFO, and then as it relates to the three programs that are cited here, maybe if those individuals are present, if they could kind of talk about, what they're seeing within their programs, because I just honestly would say I would feel uncomfortable trying to play eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Who gets it or who doesn't, and do we do it now? I do recognize, in looking at our financials, that we're 3 months in, and this is, this is still a sizable spend. And so I think that we need to give some credence, even if 700,000 is the right number. I was looking at our net income. I think it was something like 1.7. And so, we're asking for a sizable spend, and we're only, a third of the way through our fiscal year end. And I would hate for us to make a decision that would financially constrain us if something else should come up in the remaining 9 months of our fiscal year. And so with that, I guess I would ask, if, starting with our CFO, if he could speak to the financial impact.
Chair Matthews, thank you to Trustee Lavelle. If I could make a kind of a framing comment and then invite Don, who is in front of his camera remote. Oh, yes, please. Yes. This one. Okay, good. So just a bit of a framing comment about the administration's preparedness to answer questions. Two parts I heard Chair Matthews from Trustee Lavelle in particular. Don is prepared to talk about the financial component of this, and was part of the team that put together the report, and probably the primary architect of the 4 different ways that a TGI like this might be funded. And I'd like him to speak to that in a second. As regards the 3 options, what I would like to say is, and I want to thank the folks who worked on this over the weekend and in the past 60 days, the folks who are over the operational areas of all 3 of these choices having to do with the library and textbooks, having to do with the food pantry, and having to do with the laptop lending program are also here and have, in anticipation of trustee questions, brought some information. If I could, Chair Matthews, and this is what she and I have talked about, it might be more efficient for them to respond to questions rather than to make a presentation about each one. That was kind of the intention of the report, was to lay choices on the table. And if there are specific questions about those leaders know, they knew to be prepared to answer questions. So if that's all right, Chair Matthews, maybe we could have Don talk about those four.
That's right.
And then my request would be, if there are specific questions about the options, trustees could direct them and we'll get the right person to the podium to answer them, if that works. All right. So Don, are you ready to talk a little bit about the financial component of the report and the four and the funding?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Robinson, trustee, members of the board. When one looks at financial options, there are many things to consider. And again, it's been mentioned earlier about certain background. LCC has been very, very cognizant of cost to students. In the last 5 years, 2 of those 5 years, there was no tuition increase. When the college went with an online bookstore for our students, because the college did not have a bookstore, the college took no commission on the sales of those books. Normally that runs probably in the range of 7%. And so we just told Barnes and Noble to pass those savings on to the college. To the students. So as far as the number, I agree there's no right number at this point in time that one would necessarily gravitate towards. The annual budget has a 1% contingency in it to account for the possibility of certain things that are unplanned. So that's one thing that can be considered, is to authorize the administration to, in essence, spend X amount of that contingency, which is, excuse me, about $1.5 million. Currently, from a financial standpoint, due to increases in enrollment for fall and what looks like to be the same situation for spring, we are doing well from that standpoint. When we have an increase in enrollment over what we've budgeted, as Trustee Proctor mentioned about economics, our marginal revenue is greater than our marginal expenses. And so that's always a good thing for the college. So those are some positive facts in terms of, where the college is right now, roughly 4 months into the fiscal year. As I said, one thing that the board could do is to authorize a transfer into a board designated fund for a specific purpose or purposes, and how to give the administration broad direction on how that money should be spent. Question comes from that then is sustainability. Is this going to be considered as a one-shot effort, or has been mentioned already? Do we do something now and then we know building the 2027 budget that we are going to put in X, whatever X might be, into the budget process for the new year? Several years ago, the administration requested a technology fee to charge students, which is $1 bill an hour. Several of the components of what has been responded here would fall into that category. Definitely expansion of laptops, and also, since many library resources are now digital, it could conceivably also be used for that. As also mentioned previously, staffing concerns have to be looked at in terms of, in order to implement any one or more of these options, what it would cost from a staffing standpoint. And also from the standpoint of any facilities and equipment necessary to execute any one of the options. So, you know, again, the college has been very, very cognizant of supporting students. Last fiscal year, 1.7% of the college's budget was spent on scholarships to students, either for tuition and fees or for childcare. Given knowing what some other colleges do, that's a pretty substantial commitment to make to students with institutional funds. So I think that, you know, the big question is, how much is this a priority that is, as I said, a one-time thing? Is it something that is going to be done in addition to what's already being planned in this year's budget? Or is it something that's going to, in essence, compete with existing priorities? Those are all the main points that I think have to be considered. You know, if we look at the fact that we have a 145 roughly $1 million budget, you know, put the amount of $700,000 say in perspective to that total that we're looking at for the current fiscal year. I hope I've addressed your questions, but I'd be happy to respond to any additional ones.
All right, like everyone said, it's a great report. My question is more for whoever's doing the laptop lending program. I have questions for that particular person. First is, how are we going to sustain that? And then also, what is the method or thought process on new technology coming out? Because I'm not looking at it just as a laptop rental, but technology rental. We have Snoop Dogg here. You know, how do we have the Snoop Dogg, you know, loaned out to our students or to our chair? Security measures.
Chair Matthews, if I could, I don't anticipate a Snoop Dogg lending program in the future. But if we could, as these questions come up, I think what I'll do is recognize the most senior leader who has that area in their portfolio. And I know a lot of the people even closer to the work are here. I know the train will go through, but why don't I start with Dr. Samuel? If you could get the right person to talk about textbook lending. I know who it is.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Robinson. And I do have to turn it over to Dr. Welch because laptop lending is part of our library. I can give you some general facts, but I don't want to steal their thunder, so I'll turn it over.
I was narrowly thinking about computers. Thanks.
So thank you for the opportunity to talk. I'm going to ask the director of the library to come up to the podium and answer your questions. He does both the textbooks and the laptop lending program in the library, and he can answer both at best.
Perfect.
Hello. My name is John Slovici, as Provost Clark said. All right. My name is John Salegi. As Provost Webb said, I am the director of the library, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have about laptop lending or textbook lending.
My question is about the laptop lending program. So what's the plan if we're able to do that for sustainability with new technology coming out beyond loaning out laptops? You know, just the software, the AI that's here that students going to need to be, you know, equipped to be a student at any university or college.
Yeah, thank you for that question. An important thing about the laptop lending program is it has always been a great partnership between the library and the IT department. And so when it comes to the purchasing of laptops or getting new laptops to add to the collection when others become too old, we have used the student tech fee that CFO Wilsby
just mentioned. And that has been the way that we have updated the computers, and our colleagues in the ITS department have a schedule that they use to know when our laptops are getting out of date and when they need to update them. And they have done great work as well, helping make sure that our collection in the library is always up to date. This also, kind of goes to your question about what software is important. That is also something that IT has been very diligent about as well. So I want to, really thank the IT department for their partnership in keeping us up to date in that regard. One other thing that is not specifically in this proposal, but I think might help answer your question as well, is the library recently also started a Library of Things program where we do check out other technology and materials to students as well. So that is another area that we have worked to expand. And that was actually our Star Day of Giving project last year. So we will be able to use those funds to expand the Library of Things as well.
And that's called the library theme?
Yes, it's
Okay.
Library of Things. What kind of things? Right now, we have Raspberry Pis, so small computers that students can check out. We also have student wellness things such as a sun lamp for students who may, get seasonal depression this time of year. So we've tried very hard to balance it between kind of academic things and things for student wellness.
Trustee Garcia, then trustee Lavelle.
So I have kind of an interesting personal situation. I've got 18-year-old twin boys, well, actually 19 today. It's their birthday. And one of them's a freshman at Michigan State University. We won't talk about those fees. The other one is attending LCC. And I was a little surprised to see 12 credit, 4 classes, and the tuition was free. And so the only fee that we had was for one textbook. It was $82. I was happy to pay that after what I'm paying for my son at MSU. I can't imagine that's just one textbook in 4 classes. Don't we already offer some free online textbooks for our students in their classes?
If you're okay, I'll answer that because that's not in the library. It's in the Center for Teaching Excellence. And that's part of the OER program. So we actually have 3 different versions of textbooks for students. They can purchase a physical copy of a textbook through Barnes and Noble. They can do First Day Inclusive Access, which is an electronic textbook that shows up when they register for classes. It sometimes comes with the code that will also get the online homework system. And then we have OERs, which are the free textbooks. We have fair amount of the OERs, not for every single section. So your son may have OERs for 3 of his classes and a textbook for the 4th.
So there is some financial assistance there for our students that they might not even know they're getting, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, can you talk about unmet need, especially around, I guess, both of the programs that you oversee? So the laptop lending, are there students coming in and, laptop, how does that look? And for the library, any unmet need that you see there as well?
So yes, there is some, especially at West Campus right now. We recently expanded our laptop lending to West Campus as well, so students at West Campus can check them out. Right now, we have 100 laptops that are available for lending at West Campus. There is a wait list on that at West Campus, at downtown campus, where we have 1,000 laptops. There is not a wait list right now. So the need right now is more at West Campus. As part of that, though, expanding to another campus, we would like additional staffing money because expanding that program at another campus will require staffing time as well.
Trustee Thomas, then trustee Taylor.
Hi.
Hi.
We used to send our used laptops to the state of Michigan. Do we still do that, or where do they go now?
I cannot speak to that because the library's role kind of ends when we send them back to IT with surplus. So I'd be happy to talk with them, or if Bill is comfortable speaking to that now.
I think, thank you for the question. I think our purchasing department works to auction those off when we're no longer using them. But we're not necessarily going through the state of Michigan for everything that we are letting go of.
My second comment is, I know that we are doing the in-person comments and numbers, but I would like to see it broken down. The analysis on paper too, if possible, if that's not asking too much. Because I'm looking at all three of them, and it almost seems like it's a possibility that we could aim at all three possibly, but I would like to in front of you too, so.
But I guess I would want to know what you mean by it. What would you like to see in front?
So like, for instance, he mentioned a wait list at West Campus. You know, like some information around, well, how many folks are on the wait list at West Campus would be helpful.
Right now, there is 11.
There's 11. Okay. Thank you. Perfect.
Rachel.
I'm thinking that it's probably a market analysis like stated before that breaks down just, you know, those based on our student population. And in this case, I'm not referring to, I know you're up here for the laptops, but I'm referring back to that food pantry, but just a market analysis, a breakdown of how that could look and the cost, estimated cost. But my question for you, and then I think I have one for Don. So again, back to the money, right? So the 700,000, do you have, I don't know if this is a question for you, but like a cost of how much 300 additional laptops, like what brand are we using? Are we doing, you know what I mean? Like just what does that look like?
So the cost for a laptop here is $1,260. I will defer to Dr. Samuel or someone in IT for the model that we have. It escapes me right now. I'm sorry. But it's $1,260 is the cost for each laptop. So that times 300 would give us a strong estimate of, let me check my notes here. I might even have that written down.
So as John is
Yes.
checking his notes, I just want to make sure the unit cost is $1,145, but we do get a warranty on there. So that's about $71. So the total cost is $1,216. So very close to $1,260. The model is the HP ProBook 440G11 right now, but we do every 3 years, our laptops are cycled and we get whatever the best thing is for that point of time. And we also make sure that whatever software needs to be on there is on there. So when those laptops are returned, our IT department works with the library. They re-image everything and make sure that students are getting a refreshed laptop, if that makes sense.
So I did a calculation, and at $1,216 times 300, that is $364,800.
64, what was that?
364,800.
That, I guess, just to my second question. only because, again, the ask for these three is 700,000, so I'm just trying to get to, I guess this question is more for Don. I don't know if he's still on, but so I know I brought up earlier the 250,000 being more of like, and this is for the food pantry, kind of like just an initial start. And the reason I say that is because, again, the need is there. We don't want to hold off. I mean, we've all talked about what's going on with today and our students. And again, this was another college that had these numbers. So can you imagine what our LCC students are possibly going through? And so my question is, if we start this off in a phase of 250,000 due to the fact that it is something that I think is immediate that we need to probably do, could we then get, I don't know, administration to, look at other measures to fund the remainder or something like that? Like, does it have to, I guess, I can't see them, but does it have to come from our, and I get 700,000 compared to the actual budget that we work with. I get that it's a small fraction, right? We get that, but we don't have to use it just because it's there if we have other measures that we can possibly use to fund some of this. So is that a possibility instead of us, and then if we did have to use it from all of our, commit 700,000 from our actual balance sheet, then what bucket would that come from? Which I struggle with committing that amount, that full amount up front, because we have to give room for what if we didn't need it kind of still, so.
So let me ask for clarity. Are you speaking from the laptop standpoint?
Nope.
Or are you speaking
Food
from the
pantry.
food pantry? Okay.
Yep.
Because
this is food pantry.
he said up here with regards to laptop.
Yep.
And so,
This is for Don, yep. So,
okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
If-
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
If I could, Chair Matthews, would you like me to see if Don,
I think Don is
yeah,
done.
yes, he
Don's
is.
still in there
Yeah, if I
because
could set you up, Don, I think that's the way you structured the financial part of the report, and maybe you could add some detail to Trustee Taylor's question.
Sure. As far as the food pantry operation is concerned, there is no existing revenue stream that one could point to. It's our property taxes, our state appropriation, and tuition and fees from students. So in one way or another, it would be coming out of the general fund, either as additional expenses right in the general fund, or the board authorizing a specific amount to transfer to a board designated fund of X amount. And then in terms of future years, that could be built into the budget process.
So I saw some information about, and first, this would not be something, and going back to what the administration put together with regards to how to do this. It wouldn't be a thought just to dump $700,000 and then just, take off and go. I do believe that from what I'm looking at, it talks about providing items that are not currently available. Also, seeking or exploring long-term sustainability models, including infrastructure, staffing requirements, and, some support from the foundation. But and I'm reading right from this, initial investments would focus on immediate impact through expanded inventory and increased accessibility. When you go down and it just talks about what the use of it would be. And I think, Don, that would be spreaded if something like this happened, spread it out, and not only, it's not immediate, but years to come, you build this in so that it is beneficial just across the board with regards to helping students. as opposed to $700,000, we're gonna get all these canned goods and we're gonna get all this. No, that's not the way that it's structured. It's structured to be an implementation process, probably phased in. Is that about correct?
Yeah, that would be correct from a financial standpoint, is to begin the process now and then build a longer term plan to make it sustainable.
Something like this, if you had to put a year, add years to it, what could something like this, the sustainability of this kind of an ask would be? 10 years, 12 years, 14 years? Anybody have an answer to that?
I'd have to defer to the experts in student affairs on this, with the provost.
The food pantry. I can have Dean Miller come up and talk a little bit about it, but it would have to be a phased approach. There's an immediate need for the food pantry that we have now to serve the students that need the food. Then we would have to work, we're already working on some partnerships with Greater Lansing Food Bank, and the other one is the Swipe Out partnership, and figuring out a physical location that would not be immediate. That would be what's a few year one. I'll let her go forward from there. Sorry. Good evening. So do you have any specific questions? I mean, obviously we would have an expansion. It wouldn't be like you said, custody map, like a dump and we're done. But we would want to look at how we could expand our current offering and look at the infrastructure as well as staffing.
Okay, so would that look like, say, for instance, currently the food pantry is open how many days out of the week?
So it's open 5 days a week at every campus except the downtown campus. We are open only one day.
Okay, so with this particular financial support, then that would allow the downtown campus to be open how many days?
We could possibly expand it to 5 days, but part of our issue is staffing. We utilize volunteers at the moment.
Okay, and with utilizing the volunteers, that's kind of not
It's not sustainable because they're employees that have full-time jobs, so we're pulling them from their jobs to run the pantry.
okay. And so if that were to happen, then you would need how many people to run this operation?
If we were going to expand the downtown offerings, we could start with one person that could be in charge of all 5 days.
Hours of operation?
Well, currently we do 11:30 to 1:30. We try to catch students during the time of day when people are hungry and changing courses and moving from building to building. At the other campuses, it is throughout the day. So we would have to identify a time that we could hold hours where students would have access to it. Now, if we had a dedicated staff, we could do 8 to 5 or 9 to 4 or whatever, or even we would like to look at doing some evening hours as well.
I'm going on the limb, but I'm out here now, so. There are distribution centers around the city. Would there be, or could there be conversations for LCC to, with this particular operation, to become a distribution center, so to speak, where the community could come and access the food pantry?
I have had conversations with a representative from the food bank, and that was one of the options, is to make LCC, our downtown campus, a distribution center.
we would have to be open to the community in order to do that in the model in which we discussed. Our problem would be our locked doors for our community members. So we would have to figure out a way, if we were going to have community participation, how we would allow community members in.
Any questions?
Sure. Might be an impossible question. To what extent has LCC attempted to identify the efficacy of any of the programs we have with regard to helping students persist and be retained?
Under this question, we don't track student names, particularly in the food pantry, for dignity purposes. And then the director of the library could talk about it a little bit better than I could, but library collection policies don't allow us or recommend that we track students, what they take from the library. So we cannot do what you're asking. I understand, but we can't.
I think I understand that. I thought I read in here, but I may be mistaken, that one of the institutions that's referenced talked about the changes in student outcomes by implementing some programs to help where there was an identifiable need.
Some of those programs, if they work with like a food bank, they capture names and they record names. And then they also associate, like, I know the food bank uses poundage. So, Patrick came in and had, 10 pounds of food, and that's how they can track that data. We do not take names. We don't even, if a student comes every day at one of our other locations, that's not a problem. It's not an issue.
But not just food needs, but the laptops or any other materials that might help the student, again, get here, stay here, and complete.
So to kind of speak to that, as Provost Walsh said, we do not keep a record tied to any student for anything they check out from the library because it is very important to us to preserve privacy in the end, make sure that it's anonymous so no one can ask us for like, oh, here's the, give me a list of books so-and-so checked out or any materials, whether they're laptops. So for that, we don't track that type of information.
Trustee Thomas.
Hi, could you tell me how many we served in the pantry? Do we know that, like within the week?
So just to give you an idea, last year we had 4,681 visits. And that's across all of our campus locations. So far, as of last week, we had 1,666 visits, and we still have 4 more weeks to go. So we are on track to have more participation, more visits this year than we did last year at the same time. And on average, on the downtown campus, we have roughly 35 students on a Monday within 2 hours. The 24-25 academic year, so last year, we have, yeah.
Sorry, if you can, I wrote that down. So for 2024-25, that was, say, July of last year through June or whatever of this year. We serve 4,681 students. Okay, and so then year to date for this fiscal year.
So far, we've had 1,666 students, and that count starts in August when the semester begins.
Well, that's June, sorry, I'm July. I said end of June, I meant July, thank you.
I was with you.
Okay. Thank you.
I could share, Matthew, my colleagues who are looking from their work papers to answer your questions, we're very happy to get those numbers to you. They've been working for the last week or so preparing for anticipated questions, but all this information we can get to the board.
Yvonne still on the line?
Yes, I am.
Well, guys, I'm fine. It says providing items not currently available. So can you speak to the items that are available? That is a clear question.
Okay. So we offer microwavable meals like Hormel meals, the small individual cans of soup that you can microwave. We have fruit cups, granola bars. We have a lot of ramen bowls, different types. We have vegan items, vegetarian, gluten-free. So when it lists that we'd like to expand it, we'd like to expand it to more sustainable meals. So canned goods, box pasta, things like that. So right now, it's more like they're coming in and they can grab a Hormel meal, some chips, maybe fruit cup. There are several other items, but we would like to provide more sustainable food, not just snack type foods or foods that would just be immediate, would address an immediate need.
So in this particular scenario, what's the question? What about refrigeration and things of that nature?
We don't have that.
Is that something that was thought about? Is that on a wish list?
Yes. And shelving.
Okay. So then that would lend to more healthier meals because of refrigeration, so on and so forth. And that would be in the kind of infrastructure part.
Yes.
Is that all right? Okay. So, Don, talk about, if you can, and this is a great robust discussion because, people have concerns, and I do understand. And I do understand. And I don't take no offense to any question that's coming, because I knew it was coming because I know my colleagues. So, individually and collectively. So with that being said, I anticipated, a robust discussion. Don, what would there's an immediate, I see in here it says something can be done immediately with, this particular amount. What is that can be done immediately? And then what would be phased in?
That's an excellent question. Again, I haven't had detailed talks with staff and student affairs and the provost in terms of they would have to say how they want to phase it in, and then we can cost it out. But then you have to basically get down into the details in terms of what you want to do, when, what's the timeline. So there's not, at this point in time, I really can't say a specific number. But one could be developed by having those internal discussions.
Steve Miller, if you could have an immediate and addition to what you already have now for students, what the canned goods, what else would you desire?
In addition to that?
Yeah, an immediate.
Well, I think until we have like refrigeration and dedicated space and shelving, I wouldn't go down a path of like, I want rice, I want cans of soup. Those would be great. But I think we have to look at what we can currently offer and expand those offerings. And the one thing I failed to mention at the very beginning is that there's been a significant increase in the cost of food. So what we have been purchasing in the past is not the same. I mean, that's part of the issue. So one thing we want to focus on is having more availability at the downtown campus in terms of days and time, but also food items as well. Okay. Dr. Clark.
Miller, you answered part of my question.
Okay.
What portion of what we distribute is purchase versus donate?
We don't take any donations. And the reason why is because, I mean, if, not in all cases, but a lot of times when people do drives for food, we get expired cans of food, things that are past their expiration date. And so at this moment, we don't ask for donations. That doesn't mean that we can't shift to that model, but we don't have the staffing to go through everything that would be donated and discard what isn't viable.
Part of the reason I asked, I've been involved with the Mid-Michigan chapter of the American Red Cross. Once upon a time, the Mid-Michigan chapter operated the Regional Food Distribution Center here in Lansing. There were only 2 units in the Red Cross that did that. The other was in Dayton. Much of the food that Red Cross distributed came from the grocery stores, Myers and other large outlets. And they purchased some of it, but that coming from the stores was donated. Dented boxes and things like that. We don't obtain anything like that in any of the grocery outlets in the Lansing area.
We have not received that.
Thank you.
That's an excellent question. Trustee Thomas.
Never mind, I was gonna ask about food drives, so.
Are there any additional questions, Tommy? Trustee Taylor.
Is it fair to say that we, at this point, need the detailed analysis just to get started? Because, like you said, we would need to know, like, as far as refrigeration, how it's going to look and the details of it all, but we need some kind of funding from soon to kind of get started with that. But we would need to know the breakdown. Yeah.
Okay. No further questions? I do have yes, I'm sorry, Dr. Samuel.
Thank you, Chair Matthews. So, and I appreciate all the questions. This is helpful for us to know your thoughts on different things. One thing that I want to point out from part of what Dean Miller said earlier is anything related to refrigeration, bringing in equipment to help support the pantry. That is definitely something that we're exploring. And so it's not something that we can do overnight. So I just want to make sure that I manage expectations. That's a little bit different. We'll definitely have to get some partnerships in place and make sure that we're compliant when it comes to actually storing refrigerated items. So as she mentioned, in the short run, what we're able to do is expand on our current offerings, expand on times that it's available. But that is what we can do in the immediate. The other things, it's a little bit more logistics because in one, you have to figure out, where these refrigerators go. Is it going to be close enough to a loading dock so that you can load things in? They're definitely going to have to manage it, absolutely manage it, as Steve mentioned earlier. So there's a lot of other things that we have to consider before we can have a refrigerated store and sort that you can walk through and shop. So I just want to make sure that you all have that information. Thank you.
Last question, I think. Oh, my. Oh, here it is. So when you talk about some type of immediate implementation of this, we're at the last end here, about a month and about a little bit over 30 days, almost 45 days, and this year is over. And so your immediate could start winter, spring. with with the items that you're talking about that are currently not available and doing some expansion on what you have. So students coming back, in the winter and the spring could possibly uh, uh, obtain, these other items that you don't have now with, with expanding. Thank you. Thank you so much, administration. Thank you, Don. Give y'all a hand because that was a lot of information. Lots of information. Okay, here we go. That's not scribbles. So at this particular point, but Miss Benita, and I'll, for this clarification. So we had a discussion, with regards to, which one of, with all of these options. And so now, as a board, then it would be making a selection as to which option. Or just voting on what you want to hear. Or provide the administration with next steps. Nations, if you're not ready to go tonight, provide those. Okay, I'm gonna poll. Are you ready to vote tonight?
No.
Okay, so you're not ready to vote tonight. What are the next steps then? Be specific with what you would like from the administration. Yes.
I have a point of order or a question, I guess.
Okay.
So we have the 3 recommendations from the administration. As a board, can we decide which one of these 3 recommendations we'd like the administration to look deeper into? Because we've asked a lot of questions for each, well, for at least 2 of them for sure that I really heard over and over, that we would like to get more information on what the cost would be, what the effectiveness would be. Can we at least decide as a board where to guide and point to administration versus them doing all 3 of these again? And just being able to say, here's what the board is leaning towards. Recommendation 1, 2, or 3, or 2 out of the 3, something like that.
Okay. So on page 41, this is where Vice Chair Frazier is coming from with the recommendations from the option textbook lending expansion, food pantry expansion, laptop lending expansion. And so the question is being asked for the next steps. What would we like the administration to do with regards to one of these items? Trustee Thomas?
Well, that would be hard to do without exact numbers, the need. We don't know the need. So I agree with Trustee Taylor on the market analysis. That should be the first step. So we can see clearer what we're voting.
Okay, so let me repeat. So it is being asked for the next steps of the administration to look at each one of these options and to present a market analysis to the board. Is that what you're saying? Anita?
Can I?
Yeah,
Go ahead. Order, because I believe there's actually 4 options. The first one is, do we spend $700,000? And if so, then how? So I guess that would be 4, because the first question is, do we spend yes or no? I guess as a point of ask for the administration related to a needs analysis, I would really like to see what is some guidance on the appropriateness of the $700,000 ask. And looking at our financials, I'll be honest, I think it is aggressive, especially where we are in the fiscal year. So I'd really like to see some guidance on its impact, or even like what the amount should be, and then here's where it could go, how we can per se allocate it this much to option A, this much to option B. this much to option C based on this type of need.
Trustee Taylor?
Um, okay, so I'm just gonna be, I would like for us to get a detailed market analysis for the expansion of a food pantry. And within that market analysis, I believe it will break down according to, again, our student population. It will break down the cost of different, I guess, necessities that this expansion may have. I know there's going to be a little bit of a wait for refrigeration and stuff like that, but I'm talking about the main logistics. Once we get that back, after we agree, in my opinion, the food pantry, that will kind of tell us that amount we're working. And again, I did a real small one, and 700,000 was, it was, to me, just, it was a ask, even though we're dealing with a small fraction compared to our $140 million budget, but making sure that we're using our funds properly and making sure that we're thinking this thing through. So again, food pantry expansion is what I want to support. And also a detailed market analysis, which will then give us that cost that we need.
Madam Chair, that should be in the form of a motion.
So is Dr. You got another question?
I'm waiting for the motion.
Okay.
If you want me to weigh in. I'm starting with $700,000 you requested. So it's, if we spend $700,000, what do we spend it on? It's going to have the biggest impact on students coming here, staying here, and completing. Is it food for those who have sheltered food insecurity? Housing hasn't been talked about, but we get a few of those requests about the housing. Other kinds of support. I know some institutions have these distributions for people who drive and their vehicles break down. Not being able to get to class might mean you might not be a student for very long. All kinds of things we could spend money on. It's what's going to bring the biggest bang.
Yeah, that's kind of like where I'm kind of spinning my head here. It's, you know, if I had to put a number on 1, 2, 3 as importance, how do I know that without hearing from the students? If, in my opinion, hearing what I'm hearing today, food pantry number 1, laptop number 2, and textbook number 3, but I don't know that is the need of the students. Are we getting information from the students on what their survey that's been done, or talking to our students? Certainly want to help them. You know, I'm not denying the fact that they need the help. I just, what is it you need?
Well, I think what I'm hearing is, number one, a motion on the floor as far as the $700,000 towards the expansion of the food pantry, with the administration bringing back a market analysis of the need. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, correction. So, my motion is to focus on the food pantry, bring back a detailed market analysis. 700,000 is not a part of that motion. My original ask was, my thought was the 250,000, but I understand that we need a detailed analysis before we come up with the number that my colleagues are suggesting.
Okay. So I think that there's a motion should be made regarding the ask of the $700,000. And then a motion to, and help me with this, Ms. Sheriff, because it's a little tricky. And then a motion to approve a need analysis regarding the expansion of the food pantry.
I hear two separate ideas. First is a distinct, separate motion than what the other trustees want. So they will have to make a motion on what they need.
Trustee Parker.
But I will flip that if that's the direction we're going. You need to know what the need analysis is first, and then identify how much you want to spend to address the need.
Okay, you're working it out, and that's fine. So, a motion,
I didn't make a motion.
I'm just working, talking this through. That's all I'm doing to make sure that it goes on the record appropriately. That is what I'm doing. Yes, sir.
For trustee Proctor, yeah, I think you're right. We need a needs assessment to figure out what that is and then make the decision on the financial piece. But my question really is for us as a board, what do we want to do out of these three things first and foremost? Do we want to look into textbooks, food pantry, or laptop? And for me, I think the laptop piece is a stronger need and a longevity need that the institution can be more responsible for student success. So there's lots of different ways students are getting opportunities for students to get food and shelter within the larger community and figure out ways we can partner and bring in things here. The textbook piece, we've already heard that there's opportunities for free textbooks or low-cost textbooks. So we have a $82 we heard from trustee that's what it costs for his child to go to school. Right? The laptop piece for me is a tool that is not going to go away. And being able to continue to give our students the most up-to-date systems and information so they can be good students within the system, within any classes they're taking. Because I don't think anyone is not using a laptop at Lansing Community College student.
I'm inclined to agree with trustee Frazier. I wasn't limited that need analysis to just food. And again, it is what's the greatest need that our students face that we have the capacity to address. And what am I?
Trustee Lavelle.
Thank you. And I love this conversation. I would like for us to consider, Don mentioned the board designated fund. And I think these are all very good conversations and everyone kind of has a bit of, a passion. And essentially, I believe what, this has set off is in the space where us as trustees can take an area or areas that we have a sense of passion for, that we really want to say, you know what, let's carve out something. And so I say all of this to say, I think that even in the needs analysis, that it would be great if the administration could look at setting up a form of a board designated fund and right sizing that for this remainder of the fiscal year where it is not a financial constraint, but a reasonable amount where whether, based on the needs analysis is food or laptops or however, but in working with that fund as a board, we can then make a decision on how to allocate it and say maybe for a fiscal year, these are some, with special interest of areas within the college that the board likes to focus on.
Well, let me be very transparent. Sheriff, I'm not really sure which direction to go because I'm hearing I'm hearing different things. I'm hearing And it's a little confusing, to be honest with you, to kind of wrap this up and then move it forward. So my question to you is, does a vote need to occur tonight? This is discussion.
It should,
So-
because there's three distinct ideas. And so one may get support, one may not. And so the only way you're gonna move forward is for the person to make a motion and to get support and for the board to vote. Otherwise, you have these three ideas and the administration is left with not knowing which idea to go with. There's three different ideas.
Trustee Parker?
Therefore, and
So
the options recommended by the administration. There is do nothing. And then there are the options that they didn't address. So 5 and release.
So the initial, let me go back to the beginning. So the initial idea that came to the board was a $700,000 book stipend, which the administration has done the research to say that's not the best use. One-time use will only get people $63, $64. We all know that. So they said, here you go. Here's the 3 options for you. 1, 2, or 3. Which one of those do you want to vote on so that we can move this needle forward and begin the process of finding out how this money will be spent, in what way this money will be spent, whether it's phases or longevity. Is that correct?
that's correct, but the board is not, you don't want to vote on those 3. Only one person sounds as if they're interested and another one is interested in the computer. So you have 3 and another person's interested in the
Needs analysis.
or she's interested in needs analysis that designates money. So those are 3 to me, unless you can join the motion
Can I go
together.
next?
3 different.
Sure can.
Let me try to do a motion.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I move that the board, we vote on which one of the 3 recommendations we want to choose of the board, that the administration will move forward to go into deeper analysis into. And then we can come back another time and look at if we accept their analysis and funding. But just figuring out which one of the 3 or 2 of the 3, however many.
I'm looking at Sheriff. Is that a proper motion?
Yeah, that's his motion, absolutely.
Okay.
Just has to have support and 4 people that.
State your motion one more time, please.
I move that we, as a board, vote on the 3 recommendations. We'll vote on the 3 recommendations, which one that we want the administration to move forward with doing a deeper analysis, so we can make a more informed decision.
Is there a second? You don't understand it?
Are you saying that we would vote tonight on one particular option so that administration knows what they're working on?
Yes.
Trustee Parker?
If I understand this correctly, Trustee Frazier, if I had a problem, we might have a series of votes to identify which one garners a majority of the board. So we'd start out maybe by going person by person, which of these 3 items identify 1, 2, or 3. And through the process of elimination, we might get to 4 votes.
Yes, I can work it through. Yes, sir.
So,
I had my hand.
I am so sorry.
Because I would have made a motion that we do the needs analysis so that we can know what the student or the numbers are saying about the students. And we won't sit here an hour trying to vote on what's most important when we don't know what's most important. That's what I just think.
Madam Chair, if I may interject. Trustee Frazier's Whether he had a motion or not, he didn't get a second.
I didn't get a second, right? Let's still sitting there.
Didn't have a second yet.
I support it.
So let's, please. So there is a motion on the floor. Is there support?
Which?
Frazier's. Vice Chair Frazier has a motion on the floor.
I second.
It's been moved by trustee Frazier, second by trustee Taylor, that the board would vote on one of these recommendations so that the administration knows the direction to move in. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there discussion?
I'm sorry, I just want to get clarity. Because the original said to vote on one that you wanted them to do a deeper dive analysis. That's not what you wanted now, because that's what your original.
Yeah, when we're giving them, whichever one we vote on, that's where they'll give us a deeper dive analysis, all the things that we might need to know, how much it's gonna cost, what is the need assessment, what is the success rate of these things, feature success rate.
Okay. Any discussion?
I just believe that we already, three options are already here. And they were put here because obviously the administration did their due diligence in researching and giving us all the ins and outs of it. And so I personally believe we're at the point of deciding. That's doing.
Dr. Proctor?
The only question is the process we're going to use to get there.
Any further discussion?
I suggested one earlier, Chair.
I won't support this motion only because it's, taken 2 of 3 hours, deeper analysis. I support Thomas's analysis. Motion and get deeper analysis, deep analysis on all.
Trustee Proctor?
The only motion before us right now is that by trustee Frazier, garnered second.
All right, so there has been a motion, there has been a second, there has been discussion. Ms. Duncan, take the roll.
Angela Matthews,
Abstain.
Robert Proctor,
I don't remember the order. It's 1, 2, 3.
no, you're not.
I'm abstaining. Well,
You're
that
voting
was
to,
the process about.
you're
I'm
voting,
saying.
right now you're voting if we're going to pick one. So that's a yes or no. If it carries, then we'll come back and everybody will pick one. So right now you're voting on his
Can I-
process to pick one, yes or no? That's the motion.
No.
LaShonda Thomas, no. Terrence Frazier,
Left.
Hope LaBelle,
No.
Noel Garcia.
No.
Chatham Taylor. Yes. Motion failed.
So trustee Thomas. Let me go back to the sheriff. So at this particular point, now there's another motion, which is trustee Thomas' motion. That's on the.
As it may.
She needs to
Okay.
state it. Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You're right.
everybody frank,
Yeah.
calm down. I get it.
Can you finish what you were saying?
So that's what I was
Yeah.
gonna actually, so a motion needs to be made. Okay.
Madam Chair, I will make that we need to balance. Don't have that.
Support.
I believe.
It's been moved by trustee Thomas. It has been supported by trustee Garcia. that a needs analysis on all three recommendations, that the administration would move forward with a needs analysis on all three recommendations with regarding to the students. Is that correct? Any discussion on that? Trustee Pavel.
So I love the needs analysis piece. However, I'm going to go back to making sure that we are prudent in, there is a lot of need and we need to just be fiscally prudent to think about how much of that we fund this fiscal year, and we're only, coming in the fourth month. So I say all of that to say, there should be some guidance around an appropriate spend that will, that will be prudent for the college to do. We just can't say there's $1 million in need, let's fund that. So I would just say there needs to be guidance from the finance office around how much is feasible for us to put towards the need that has been identified.
Are you making an amendment to her motion?
Yes. If, or can I make a friendly amendment to include a fiscal review on the right amount that should be funded to meet the need?
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Speak on that.
What was that?
Yeah, speak on that.
Yes, you can.
We have in our governance policy a calendar of the activities of this board. And typically, and I hope Don's still there, in preparing the budget year that begins July 1, we ask to collect all this data about the financial needs of the various operations of the college and start to collect that by March so that the board is in a position to vote on a budget before the end of June. So we don't have to spend the money this year. We can look at doing some of this the next fiscal year. That's what I suggest we consider, but not as part of the amendment to the motion, just that you're.
Okay. So there's.
And I think that was very well said, which is why I believe that the office should look at what is prudent for us to spend this fiscal year, given to meet the current need that has been discussed. So us looking at how much we'll actually be able to deploy reasonably during this year, given that we're already in the budget. And I know in March, there'll be a new budget. And so anything we're not able to meet, say, of the need, then that can roll over into the next budget. That's okay.
Oh, I know it's been a long time, so I believe that's what I stated earlier in this conversation, is that for me, that's where the market analysis come in. And I did state that once we have that, once we have a particular item option that we're choosing, and once we have that market analysis, that's exactly what it does. So I stated previously that if we start with an initial amount, and then later on, 2027, whenever we do our budget again, next fiscal year, then that's where we can see that's what's left over, what's needed for, and in this case, I'm still speaking to the food pantry, but I believe that's what was stated, is that that's what the market analysis.
So there's a motion on the floor from trustee Thomas that the administration would conduct a need analysis on the 3 recommendations that have been presented to the board. Is that correct?
And find out what the students need.
And find out what the students need. And I know there's but I know. So with that, is there a second
Are you asking a second on her amendment?
on her,
No.
her motion?
Second,
Her motion.
she had a second, which was, trustee Garcia.
Okay. So, thank you for being patient. It has been moved by trustee Thomas, second by trustee Garcia, that the administration will conduct a needs analysis, three recommendations presented to the board and bring that back with regards to student need. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, because she's making a motion for the amendment, that needs to be voted on. If she gets a second, I don't know if there was a second for that. If there's not, then we go ahead and vote. So I don't know if you're asking, if Hope was asking for support.
Report on the amendment.
Yes, ma'am, who amended?
Yes, then I would like the second on the motion to amend to have guidance from the finance office around what is the proper amount for us to fund before the fiscal year end. Is there a second? Is there a second? Hearing that there's not a second, then what?
Well, we vote on the main motion. Everyone's ready.
All right, is everyone ready? Vote on the main motion. Before we do any further discussion on the motion, main. Okay. Ms. Duncan, would you take the roll?
Hope Lavelle. Yes. LaShonda Thomas. Noel Garcia.
Yes.
Chatham Taylor.
No.
Terrence Frazier.
Yeah.
Angela Matthews.
Abstain.
Robert Proctor.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Chair Matthews, if I could, now that there's been a motion and a board vote, I do want to speak to this issue of doing the needs assessment or market analysis about all three. That's something we can do. And so couple things I wanted to point out. Colleagues, in anticipation of answering questions for all three of these options, have working papers where they've started to prepare for answering your questions. So that's the first step in creating, I think, what you've asked for. The key will be the timing. And so I don't know that I can answer sitting here right now exactly how long that will take. I'll have to confer with colleagues. I do know the work has started. And I do know that it's possible because I know it came out in this discussion. All three of these options are existing priorities of the college. The leaders who work on these areas are doing this every day with textbooks, with laptops, with food pantry. So we can certainly do this option and get what I heard the words, and Benita can give me the exact ones about a detailed market analysis about what the students need. Deeper information than what's in the report that we brought to you this evening. So I know the answer is certainly we can do that. The question will be timing and how long it will take. And I don't know that I can answer that tonight, but we can get right back with the board. I know one layer of detail is already emerging in the notebooks of my good colleagues.
Dr. Robinson is a need analysis and a market analysis. The vote was for a needs analysis, just to be fair.
I'm glad you clarified. We would go with what the perception of the student needs are. And what I can say is, and my really smart colleagues can get very detailed about this. There's direct needs that we can quantify from LCC students, but one of the great things we have on a couple of these is some state and national data, particularly on the food pantry, for example. There are other studies that we heard at ACCT. MyLeap just completed a task force analysis across the state of unmet student needs. So I know we can do this, and I know we can get you the level of information you'd be looking for. What I don't know is tonight the timing of how quickly, but we can get back with you really quickly about how long it might take. Because as you saw from getting your questions answered, there's some really smart and very committed people who do these three. So I can get back to the board, send an email or something about how long we think it would take.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience and for allowing this robust discussion. In regards to this idea, we're going to move on to the monthly monitoring report.
Thank you, Chair Matthews. In your packet, trustees, is the 2026-2027 federal agenda. You're familiar with this. We take it with us to NLS. You'll recall that this is not an action item, but it's the collateral that we take with us when we meet with our lawmakers at ACCT, the National Legislative Summit, and that's the first thing in your monitoring report. The second thing in the monitoring report is the annual ends report. I briefly talked about this in my oral president's report. It's 80 pages. It contains some good news. It has been refined over the years to be more usable for trustees. Dr. Welch and colleagues spend a good chunk of the year putting this together. So that's monthly monitoring report B.
Madam Chair, if I might. Mr. President, as I review that report, I know that some of the statements with regards to the end statements are inaccurate.
Their question?
I guess it wasn't a question, it's an observation. I would have expected that, okay, there'll be a review later to correct the statements of the end statements. It may not affect the analysis at all, but the statement as to what the ends were is not accurate.
So if I could, Chair Matthews, that is true of the copy you have in your packet, trustees. The copies you have at your place have those essentially typographical errors corrected. You'll recall, and I was one of the authors of the revision of those end statements. E101 was significantly reduced to be more specific. And essentially what you have, and there's one other change in there, you're correct. What was in the board packet was the old statements, but I also believe you're correct, Trustee Proctor, that didn't impact the content or the data. And you do have a corrected copy where the newly revised end statements are in the version of the report that's on your desk. But it's true, the prior to revision versions of the end statements were in the first version that you received.
Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out.
They didn't receive it at the desk, and I didn't see it.
Trustee LaBelle has a question.
I have a question on the monthly financials. You see
Great,
that on the ends report?
Sure, I think that's where we're going. No, that's C.
Okay, sorry.
And Don, and I would like to recognize Don before we get there. So if it's all right, Chair Matthews, if there are any other questions about the ends report, apart from just recognizing our colleagues in CDS for putting it together. Other questions or comments about the ends report? Then if we could, we'll go to monthly financials. Trustee Lavelle, Don is still on. Don, I would invite you to make some framing comments about the monthly financial statements, item C.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. As you know, as we are now 1/3 of the way through the fiscal year, things look well. Enrollments are higher than we budgeted. We basically budgeted to be at the same level as it was a year ago. However, now we're at a level in the fall of a little over 8% higher than that. And at this point in time, enrollment for spring, although it's a little too soon to try to pin it down, is looking quite favorable. If you look at the on Exhibit A, which is line 3, tuition and fees, net of uncollectible. We are 5 points ahead of where we were at a comparable point in time a year ago, and that's an obvious, very, very good sign. And again, as I mentioned in the previous discussion, when the enrollment increases, our marginal revenue is higher than our marginal expenses. And so that's obviously a very favorable position for the college to be in.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Don, for that. I noticed on page 71, our cash and cash equivalents, that we took $5 million and moved it into long-term investments. And I was just hoping you could just speak into that for us.
Sure. Actually, we made that move towards the end of last fiscal year. And that was prior to the Federal Reserve System making adjustments to their rates. And so we had locked in on a long-term basis funds at a more favorable rate than we would be getting right now. And in our cash flow projections that, the $5 million, we projected that we would be able to do that on a long term without doing anything negative to our cash flow.
Sounds like a good move.
And then lastly, Chair Matthews, in monthly monitoring reports, every month we put the monthly police department report. These are the aggregated data collected by Chief Gaines and the department on citizen contact. Those are always there for public transparency and for the board's review. And the chief is here in the event that we needed to speak on those.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions here. On contact number 7, like you had maybe a prospective student trying to get into a locked building in light of board-initiated idea. Yes. Can you tell us what the outcome was on that?
Yeah, that was legitimately student.
Was he able to get in the buildings and,
No.
or at least been able to?
I think the officer met him there, and talked to him about what the building was and didn't let him in the building because like that bad stuff. Yeah.
And then for number 10 here, it looked like you had a potential, I don't know if I'm reading this right, mental health crisis here for this individual that was leaning over the bridge.
Yeah.
Was there any follow-up on that? Person requiring treatment, any referral made to?
Yeah, we took care of that on scene. Don't want to get into too much details about it, but yeah, it was mental health and to say a behavioral crisis. Officers transported to scene.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Additional questions for Chief Gaines?
Allow me to thank the chief and thank all of you for participating in what I always celebrate as a model in public safety transparency.
Okay. All right, moving on. Remember, colleagues, that I did move the board comment up directly under the monthly monitoring reports. Are there any further board comments? Vice Chair Frazier?
I want to just first thank LCC and all the celebrations. The veteran celebration was really great the other day. And just the way we celebrate our students, faculty, and staff, I want to just continue to do it the STAR way. So just appreciate being out and about and seeing those activities. I think it means a lot to the community, the students, and the staff. So continue doing the great work to the staff that put those activities on throughout the year.
Awesome. Trustee Thornton?
My comment is, I had a headache tonight, so if I was holding my head or looking crazy, that's why. So sorry.
Trustee Garcia?
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for your patience with us tonight. We went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. I'm not apologizing because I hope you saw an example of how dedicated this board is for the well-being of our students. And so, yeah, we might have gone back and forth a little bit too much, but it was in for a good purpose. And that's to take care of our students.
Any further comments, board comments? Okay. Moving on to Chair's report, being real brief. I forgot to mention attendance to the MCCA Fall Board of Directors meeting, September the 25th to 26th, Kellogg Community Center in Battle Creek, Michigan. The topic of conversation was the State of Michigan Apprenticeship Program and our placement, meaning State of Michigan, in that area to which we are leading Michigan is in this program, but I'll bring that back with some definitive stats in December. I will echo Vice Chair Frazier with regards to congratulations to the inductees of our LCC Digital Veterans Commemoration in the HHS building on November 11th. Dean Cosgrove and his team, they always do a stellar celebration. And I thank every service person for your service to this country. Thank you so much. Please see the board calendar of events, colleagues, that was sent to you. Ms. Benita sent that. I do believe that next event is coming up, which is Silver Bells, and we're going to have a watch party here in McGann 5:30 to 8. Let's see. And I think that's all that I have with regards to the chair's report. Moving on to committee reports. Trustee Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sent a memo to you with regard to the audit committee's activities last, and I don't think that was distributed in the board packet. I do have a copy of the memo. It won't take long to read this, and I should have tried to memorize it, but I would have lost my place anyway. But bear with me. The LCC Audit Committee met on Monday, November 3, 2025. The primary agenda item was the internal audit risk assessment results and proposed internal audit plan. That's a mouthful in and of itself. Conducted by Baker Tilly, the firm the college has engaged to provide assessments of the college's operations other than financial audits, to determine the degree to which college operations are exposed to risk and offer recommendations regarding the elimination or mitigation of such risk exposure. Baker Tilly presented a report on the recent multi-phase risk assessment involving participation by the leadership team to identify, assess, and prioritize top risks and opportunities impacting LCC's objectives. No member of the LCC Board of Trustees was involved in the assessment noted above. 10 risks were identified and prioritized by the leadership team and rated to build a preliminary risk response matrix. The risk assessments were summarized and evaluated. Baker Tilly provided recommendations for next steps regarding the top risks and proposed an internal audit plan. There was discussion about the distribution of Baker Tilly report. This email was submitted to the chair of the board pursuant to the chair's request that committee chairs provide to the chair a report on the committee's activities and matters that may become part of a board meeting agenda. So this item was on the board meeting agenda monthly about the audit committee should it have met. And that's the report of the audit committee chair.
Any questions? I do have one.
Sure.
I think I heard you mention that with regards to the audit committee was not involved with.
No, I said
But
trustees were not involved in this assessment.
Would this have been an assessment that would have, or should the audit committee have been involved with? Maybe.
I can't answer that. All I can say is trustees were not involved. The administration knows more about the details of the operations of the college. So we have participated in, we being board members, not the entire board, periodically the strategic plan development. That did not occur with the last strategic plan. However, the board did review it and approve it. So, and this review was about trying to assess what risks the college faces operationally. People most involved in knowledge of that subject matter would be the employees of the college.
Chair Matthews, if I could, unless I'm misunderstanding you, Trustee Proctor, there was structural involvement of this from the trustees in our last strategic plan in a couple of key ways, including participation in a survey and a standalone session. Perhaps you're thinking of a previous strategic plan, but our most recent strategic planning process involved trustees in a couple of pretty substantive ways.
It may have, I don't remember that. I participated previously and not a quorum of the board has been invited to participate. I know in the past, Trustee Aboud in one instance, Trustee Meyer in another were involved in some of the structure that led to the development of the plan. We sat around tables exchanging ideas with other staff.
If I could, Chair, I think we had a session like that in this room with our, could I ask Dr. Samuel to, we could dig up the dates, but I believe those sessions happened in this room.
Sure, we can provide a summary. So one of the first things that we did was we had what we call stakeholder interviews, and representing the Board of Trustees, if I remember correctly, was Chair Matthews and you, Trustee Proctor, and you had private interviews with the consultant that we work with. We also had a board workshop in this room. It was a couple hours. It was in the evening. We had food. And we also provided a survey to all of the Board of Trustee members for you to complete. And we invited trustee members to come to other things as they were available. But we did have specific session for trustees to have a conversation. And even when we had our review for HLC and we had a conversation on strategic planning and the role of the board, we did have people sit in there too, invited for that. But certainly we can provide a summary just so that we can review everything if necessary.
I won't need the summary. I'm an old person. I can't remember everything I've been involved in. And I tried, as you were making your statements, where would I have been sitting at some point? And it wasn't up here.
Square, it wasn't like this. It was in a square. It was a board workshop.
You had 3 pieces of pizza.
That may have, what was in the pizza? That's the question. So I stand corrected, but I've raised that issue before saying, so now somebody said, if you want the date, the time and the place you set, we can give that to you. And whatever you may have said, we can repeat that back to you as well. So watch what you say, whether you're there or not. I stand corrected. I have, same old, I'll put it that way. The members of the policy committee are the sheriff, Anita Duncan, and Trustee Tate, and I chair. We have been meeting no less than twice a month for several months, and we're about through with the bylaw review. And we'll be submitting that in a large packet, but we'll take that in pieces. The next item, which we'll start with in December, is the governance policy. And everything we're doing is going to be comprehensive. If you thought you spent a lot of time tonight, wait till you get to these proposed changes to the bylaws and governance policy.
If I could, Chair Matthews, Trustee Proctor and I spoke about this at the last meeting. Would there be an opportunity for, as in the past, members of the administration to be part of those discussions, particularly when you leave the bylaws conversation and go to the college policies?
The college policy in that extent has always involved college personnel. So interesting dynamic. We don't really have a standing policy committee. It's been ad hoc. I've been chairing it since forever, it seems. But one of the proposals is to create a standing committee called Policy Committee with two components. One dealing with college policy, the personnel involved in that, your lieutenants, as I call them, the two senior VPs and the chief financial officer. And occasionally, I think you may have stepped in on one of those. And then Ms. Duncan and me, and now Trustee Taylor. The second component is dealing with what I call the board's stuff, the bylaws and governance policy.
Okay, we're going to our board member report, the foundation. Vice Chair Frazier.
Wonderful. So this is the most important thing about the foundation board. Scholarship applications for next year's academic year is open. So if you know students, it is time for them to apply to receive some resources. We're very excited about some gifts that were received. $50,000 for the Osborne Scholarship for skilled trades. $10,000 was pledged for STEM Fest for LabQ. And then Julie McQueen's two sons donated $11,000 each to add to the endowment for the Adult Resource Center. And Plumber and Piprick Pipe Fitters 333 has donated to support the Help Portrait. So the foundation has been doing a great job out there raising funds and resources for our students in our community and our faculty and staff. So please, let's give them a round of applause. That's the foundation report.
Thank you, Vice Chair Frazier. Next is unfinished business, seeing and hearing none. The next is new business, seeing and hearing none. Next is closed session.
I move that the board enters into closed session for the purpose of discussing the president's yearly performance review as requested by him to be undertaken in a closed session and consider security planning to address existing threats or prevent potential threats to the safety of the students and staff. This is in accordance of Section 8A and K of the Michigan OMA.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved by Trustee Frazier. Proctor, was it Proctor? Second by Trustee Proctor for us to move into closed session for the aforementioned premises.
Point of order, can people just be quiet? I know it's closed session, but I cannot hear. Sorry.
It has been moved by Vice Chair Frazier and seconded by Trustee Proctor that we move into closed session for the aforementioned statement that he made. All in favor say aye.
Yeah.
Any opposed? Moving to closed session, please.
Gotta
speed up.
do a roll on the
Oh,
closed session.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to.
That's
rush a
okay.
little bit.
Chatham Taylor.
Aye.
Noel Garcia.
Aye.
Terrence Frazier.
Aye.
Robert Proctor.
Aye.
Angela Matthews.
Aye.
LaShonda Thomas. Hope Lavelle. Motion carried. Thank
Moving
you.
closed session, can we be upstairs at least by 8:15?
Going up right now.
Oh, yeah, that was like, it was like, I needed to learn on.
Twenty-six, 2024.
Terry Frazier. Noel Garcia. Hope Lavelle.
Here.
Angela Massey. Here. Robert Proctor.
Here.
Chad Taylor.
Here.
Sean Thomas.
Their motion to adjourn.
That's the meeting. Motion second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Vice Chair Frazier and second by Trustee Lavelle that this meeting is adjourned. Do we need to take a roll or we say all? All in favor, say aye.
Thank you.